Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Kishan, who is asking you to learn them in one go? Systematically, one, two each day. Good morning. Good morning. Greco-Roman pantheon means Greek. Greek. School of Art is a specific reference to sculpture. Specific reference to sculpture. I'll check that with you. एक मिनट. Okay. I think now I'm, in the right proportion. I was too big. Nice Cups arch is Shah Jahan. Shah Jahan. Bulbous Dome, Shah Jahan. We'll wait one more minute. Still quorum not there, but sure. School of Art is a very, very specific reference to sculpture. Rajasthani color scheme is very bright and very light coloring is very Rajasthani. You would have seen it today also. I don't know where you have seen that word. Anjali, I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea what he's referring to. Proturbance. Names question from paintings would have come to you. I think I gave one subjective question out of painting in the subjective test which happened. Did you receive those questions? Sculpture, you'll get it. Don't worry. You take any random sculpture composition. What is the difference and similarities between Mathura and Gandhara school? So easy question, straightforward question. What are the Greco-Roman influences on Gandhara? Two standard questions which have come previously also. Okay. So today we start a interesting journey. Dance. Then you have the puppetry, puppetry, and then we will move towards martial arts. And I think these three we can cover today easily. Tomorrow, our endeavor is going to be to cover music, handicraft, theater. So the biggest chunk is now dances. And what I mean by dances is that, see, there are two types of things which you need to know. There's something called classical dance, and then something called folk dance. Now, to be very honest and to be very, very clear, the examination and the examiner cares about this. The dances which have been recognized by the Government of India Ministry of Culture as classical dances because of their history and antiquity. And folk dances, if you've ever seen the what we call as the new fourth edition of Nitin Singhania, there's whole one page of dances only in the contents page. And folk dances, I will tell you some of them in class. Other than that, if you come from that state, it will maybe be relevant for your interview, not for our discussion, because it's not worth learning 100 plus for one question, that too not certain. So classical dances is where our focus is going to be, because from here you can get mains questions. And prelims question from Sataria has already come. So we can expect a prelims question, but mains question for sure. A prelims question out of this area is basically dance and state. It's a very standard thing, easiest question possible in match the following. Match the following, which is which state does it belong to? Which state does it belong to? And most of the questions have been like this only. Most of the question have been like this only. Yes, the class has started. We are now entering our first topic. How do you explain medieval Indian temple sculpture represents social life of these days? I will discuss that question with you. 2022 question you're asking me. I will discuss that question. And it's a very easy question, but still no issues. 2022 question, I will discuss that. Aniket, first concentrate on what we have to cover. So first things first. Purpose of dances, classical dances. Both mains and prelims question can be expected. A very straightforward prelims question could be dance and state, which has mostly been the form. And there can also be statement-based questions. Based questions. And the statement-based questions is mostly coming from the features and the characteristic of these dances. So if our purpose is clear, then we start. First, what is Lasya Tandava, then Nitya, Nita and Natya, and thereafter we go into the concept of the classical dances. Are we clear what is our focus here? Because losing focus is very, very easy. Folk dances, as I told you, is something which is not folk means it will be regional. It will be regional. These are national and international. So the point is that the Ministry of Culture recognizes them as per their presence, as per their history. You have to make sure that you don't get caught up in folk. Folk may be relevant at a later stage when you have to give your interview coming from your state itself. And as I said, folk, I will discuss 15-20 with you. I have one map for you also through which you can revise. But my major focus in the first half of the class is going to be classical dances. Once classical dances are done, we move to puppetry. From puppetry, we move to martial arts. Okay. Now, when we talk about dance, we are wired to dance in the sense that from the Bhimbedka period itself to the dancing girl of the Harappan civilization, we have references to dance from the prehistoric period itself. And somehow it's the early man who knew how to dance, that it has been wired to us genetically, that even a newborn baby, having never seen anything, knows how to, in a way, dance to a rhythm or a beat. So there is something which our brain knows or does when it hears music, but it hears music, and over and above that, it does something related to that. But there are two questions which automatically come up. What is dance, and what are the components of dance? Now, to the question, what is dance? What is dance? What is dance? Abrupt movement. Come on, tell me 1 second. I'm just removing the vacuum from the focus. Huh. What is dance? Rhythmic movement, expression of feeling, movement with melody, way of expression, graceful language, cultural, movement with rhythm, action by expression, expression of joy, movement, body movement. वैक्यूम दिख रहा है 1 second. Okay. So all of you are talking about movement, rhythmic expression, movement, rhythmic movement, rhythmic movement, rhythmic movement. Okay. Okay. Can you then define what is rhythm? Can you then define what is rhythm? Arrangement of beats. But you're talking about dance now, you're talking about music. A regular repeated pattern of sound or movement. Okay. So then see, as per your understanding, if a person is walking or if a person is running, he then also has rhythmic movement. When you walk, then that is also rhythmic movement because you are walking at a pace with the movement of the arms and the leg. Can I call this rhythmic movement? One step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step back. But then, if rhythmic movement is dance, then when you run, do people say that you are dancing? So, It's a little bit complicated. Dance, according to Bharta Muni, in his book Natya Shastra, defined dance in two ways. This is the earliest text which gives us a reference of dance, and it tells us that dance basically has two elements. One is called lasya and the other one is called tandava. Now please stay away from Nitin Singhania's understanding, because what he does is he says this, that Tandav is masculine, Lasya is feminine. Then he will start to do some drama over that also, that feminine movement is this, that. No. Lasya Tandava has nothing to do with gender. Lasya Tandava is basically based on two basic ideas of dance. Tandava means for him movement, or as you said, rhythmic movement. And what makes movement into a dance is expression of emotion and story and narration. Basically, when Lasya meets Tandava, then you get what you call as dance. Meaning, Tandava, movement without expression. You running is useless, which is you don't even take. See, let's do one thing. Now, let's remove rhythm. Which let's move take movement only, because dance does not need to be in a rhythm. Movement plus emotion equals to dance. Just movement, which is walking. I'm doing this also. This is a movement. But this is not dance because there's no expression or emotion which is being conveyed. Expression, emotion without movement is also not dance. So, very simply, this is the main part, that what is dance and what are the components of dance. According to Bharta Muni, it is Lasya and Tandava together which make dance. Emotion devoid of movement and movement devoid of expression or emotion is not dance. So I asked you this question, and Bharta Muni answered this question for us through this concept that there is two basic components. But this can be further divided. And that is what in the Abhinay Darpan, a book written by a person called Nandi Keshwar, Abhinay Darpan by Nandi Keshwar does not divide dance into two but three categories: Natya, Nritya, Nrita. But before that, are we clear about this? Are we clear about Tandav and Lasya? Movement coming from the Tandav dance of Lord Shiva himself, movement plus Lasya, which is emotion, equals to dance. Now, Abhinay Darpan, it goes beyond this twofold division. Bhav, Ras, Abhinay. Abhinay means action, acting, and rhythmic movement. Nrita, Natya, Nritya. Emotion plus movement equals to dance, yes. But Abhinay Darpan says no. Three components. First is Nrita, dance steps, rhythmic movement. But what he does is, this is basically equal to Tandava. This is basically Tandava. And Natya and Nrita, he's basically split up Lasya into two. According to him, the storytelling part of the dance is called the dramatic representation Natya, and Nrita is the emotion. So what is done is he has divided this Tandava, and he's named this is basically movement. This is close to Tandava. And he split up Natya, Lasya into two. Natya is the storytelling or narrative part of the dance, and Nrita is the emotions, bhava, and what we call as thematic of the dance. So what basically Nandikeshwar has done is, we have Lasya, we have Tandava. What is movement? And this is emotion. Nandikeshwar calls this Nrita, and Lasya he breaks up into two. Natya and Nritya. Natya is narration of story. This is emotion, and this is movement. Are we clear? Because these words will be sprinkled around in the examination somewhere or the other for sure. Lasya, Tandava, Nrita, Nritya, Natya, this will you will see in the examination for sure. And you have, if they ask you what are the basic components of dance, you have to explain this to the examiner. That according to Nandikeshwar, it is this. According to Bharta Muni, it is that. Are we clear? Storytelling, Nritya, it's totally fine, Aniket. Nritya is movement, Nritya, Natya. Natya as it is means narration of story. Nritya means emotion, Nritya means movement. Is this making sense? Because you can be asked this. It's not a random thing I'm telling you. This is a very realistic question. A very easy but realistic question for the examination. So have to tell me if it is making sense or not. Yes, Tandava word is related to the dance which Shiva does, but that is where the emotion and the concept of dance comes through itself. This is Bharta Muni, and this is Nandikeshwar. Book is called Natya Shastra. His book is called Abhinay Darpan. Abhinay Darpan. Okay. Now, Mahima, I was answering you only. Tandava is the expression of Shiva's anger, but that can also have different connotations, right? So they have taken that word from when Shiva is angry, he dances. And that is the origin of dance in the cosmic world. Is it right to move rhythmic to music, especially? Yes, why not? That is not an issue for us. So word rhythm make me confused. Yeah, you don't know rhythm. What is rhythm? You don't understand. That there is a certain rhythm to everything what you do. If I even in writing there's a rhythm. If I write like this, do I have rhythm? Am I writing in rhythm? No. Rhythm would be when I'm writing like this. I'm writing consistently at a certain speed. This is called rhythm. So it is not out of the box. It is not something which is so cosmic, dark energy we are understanding. Everything is rhythmic. One rhythmic thing is in front of you itself, which is the clock, consistency. Clock ticks every 1 second. That is rhythm, not momentum. Physics नहीं बात हो रहा है यहाँ पे. Understand it. The problem is you complicate it. If you understand the clock is the best example of a rhythm. Every second it will tick and it will tick after 1 second. So it's not difficult to understand. And the problem is you are acting like you've never seen dance only. Unfortunately, it is based on certain notions of Bollywood or Tollywood dance or the other dances which you see in the movies, but that is not dance. If we are clear about the fundamentals here, which is more important for the examination mains level understanding, I would like to now go to classical dances. Okay. Now, when we talk about classical dances, we have 8 classical dances. And a very standard question which can come in the examination is which state they come from. Bharatanatyam, Tamil Nadu. Kuchipudi, Andhra Pradesh. Kathakali and Mohiniyattam both come from Kerala. Odissi, the easiest Odisha. Manipuri, the easiest Manipur. Kathak, UP, Sataria, Assam. This is already one marker, one question sorted for you. And now don't tell me this is too much to learn. 8 of them have to learn them. Nothing else can be done. Now, we have to remember state, which is now done. We need to know the origin and most distinct feature and characteristic. So every dance which we will now do, we will try to look for 3 things: the origin, the distinguishing feature, and its characteristics. This is an analysis of the dance, and these are words which you will need to find in the examination so as to distinguish or identify the dance itself. So the first dance is Bharatanatyam. The origin of this dance is related to temples, which we'll talk about. And the original dance was called Sadir or Dasi Attam. Now, try to understand it. When we talk about Bharatanatyam, the origin of this dance is Sadir or Dasi Attam. Sadir is when you do it solo, one person. When you do it in group, It's called Dasiyattam. Now, Bharatnatyam, coming from Tamil Nadu, is linked to the temple tradition of women being employed by the temple as dancers or as dasis for the deva himself, which is that you dance on important occasions. Sadir is when you do it alone. Dasiyattam is the whole concept itself. The Devdasi tradition comes is the origin of Bharatanatyam. Now, Sadir and Dasiyattam in its origin is very interesting because you have people working for the temple in different capacities, and these women were developing certain type of what we call as distinct costumes, distinct saris, and there's distinct dances based on the need for the temple. However, Bharatnatyam, we were on verge of losing because of one simple thing, that by the time we come to the colonial period, Devdasi tradition had become a little bit problematic in the sense that it started to develop a certain aspect in which women were either exploited within the system or they were not allowed to leave the system if they wanted to. And that is why the British banned the Devdasi tradition, Sadir, or the Dasiyattam tradition itself. And it will be K. Krishna Iyer, one of the freedom fighters, who will basically keep this tradition alive, knowing that it is a very important part of temple traditions. And thereafter, it was revived back. And today, it is a very important practiced dance form. So you need to understand where the idea comes from. Tamil Nadu Devdasi tradition. And E. Krishna Iyer revived the art form after Devdasi tradition started to decline. And Rukmani Devi Arundale, who has been even recognized by the UNESCO as one of the most important proponents of Bharatanatyam. So, as I told you, I'll be working in different concepts. The first is we need to understand, and I'll rather make a box. This is the notes which you need to make, but there are trust issues between both of us. So I'm making the notes for you because I don't know what you will do with this information later and then tell me it's heavy. So very simply, every dance we have to understand 3 to 4 things, which is one would be dance, the other one is origin, the next is the concept of uniqueness, and thereafter it is characteristics. Now, when we talk about Bharatanatyam, Sadir, Dasi, Attam, or Dev Dasi tradition. Now, there are multiple important features of what we call as Bharatanatyam. The first unique feature is called the bent knee. In every dance, you will bend the knee, but in Bharatanatyam, the dance, most of the dance, the dancer will have a bent knee. Constantly, they will try to keep their knee bent, and that is something. Is a very distinguishing feature of Bharatanatyam. The other, obviously, is the Tamil silk, the Kanchipuram silk, and the next would be, this is not a uniqueness but a characteristic, which is called Hasta Mudras or hand gestures. Hand gestures. Every hand gesture has a certain meaning, and therefore they try to represent that meaning itself through the dance itself. Now, there is a certain routine which is followed, can be done solo, can be done in group, but you can see that there's a lot of emphasis on hand gestures, which is quite important that way. There is a manifestation of fire, that the dance is called a fire dance. How fire moves, there's a movement which brings in, or the concept of dance based manifestation of human movement. You have bent knee as the most important concept, and the Kataka Mukha Hasta. This is the most common principal mudra which you will see in their hand. But what is even more important is that there's a certain routine which they follow. The certain routine which they follow. What is the dancer trying to represent here? This is the most difficult dance to do, which is the Tandava dance. This is Shiva Tandava dance, and you can see three very interesting things within this same uh, what we call as image. You can see the emphasis on the bent knee. You can see the facial expression importance, and thereafter you can also see the hasta mudras which we are talking about. Bharatanatyam that ways is a very difficult dance to do because of the constant bent knee idea. But if you are able to master the art of knee bending, then this dance is one of the most beautiful forms coming out of Tamil Nadu. And as a learner or as a student, it is quite hard to manage because of that element itself. So in our box, uniqueness, bent knee, fire, manifestation of fire, and characteristic would be hand gestures, hasta mudras, representation of Tandav dance and narration of devotional kind of theme. What is Tribanga? I will tell you right now. Don't worry about it. Now, out of all this information, this is what we have to remember. Can you do it? You can add facial expression here. It will go. Facial expression is not something specific to that. Men also do it. Are we clear about Bharatanatyam? All this information, this is what you have to remember. Famous proponents would be Yamini Krishnamurthy, very popular today. And you have Mrinalini Sarabhai also, who's very popular for doing it. So we have three basic things which we had to remember about Bharatanatyam. If that is clear, we move to Kuchipudi. Are we clear? What are we doing here? Okay. Now, Kuchipudi, the word comes from the word Kuchelava or the Kuselava Puram. Basically, Kuchipudi, it tries to match how fire dances or the movement of fire. Fire dance. How fire moves, it tries to move like that. Kuchipudi has its origin in a community, of dancers who used to go around the Andhra sector, coming from the village of Kuchelva or Kuselvapuram, and this was mostly a male centric dance initially, because the male members used to move around and used to be part of this tradition itself. Used to move around and used to be part of this tradition itself. Now today it is quite different to what it was initially, but the performance of actors from the Andhra village of Kuchelvapuri or Kuselavas, this tradition was systematized, which is that the rules of Kuchipudi were established by Siddhendra Yogi, and multiple plays which used to happen in the Andhra sector. Kuchipudi basically became a dance which was integrated to the drama tradition of the Andhra sector. And initially, it was only the male Brahmins used to do it, which is called the Bhagavatalus. Basically, they used to enact the Bhagavad Puran, and it is called the Bhagavatalus. So, in our story, origin is related to Kuselvapuram or sorry, to Kuselvapuram or the Kuselavas, and Siddhendra Yogi systematized it. Initially done by only male Brahmin Bhagavatalus. Mostly a new male centric dance, but later it's changed. Now, when we talk about the dance itself, the most unique feature of Kuchipudi, very difficult foot movement first, something called daru, not daru, and what element they try to manifest is earthly, how the earth moves. Now, if you look at Kuchipudi, you will see the sari has changed to Andhra silk, and every region will use its silk in that sense. And you can see that there is a better no bent form. She's standing more straight, and hand gesture are still there. But in Kuchipudi, the problem is that the feet movement is much harder than any other dance. And the most interesting feature about Kuchipudi is that every character has a every character has a feature, meaning good, bad, etc. What is this scene depicting? What is this scene depicting? This is Mahishasur Mardini, the Durga scene. And as you can see, the thematic more or less revolves around Shakti or Shiva or Vishnu. But a very specific thing about Kuchipudi is, because in dance you don't speak, every dancer introduces themselves as a character and with body language convey the nature of the character, which is called Daro. Basically, it will be a 1 to 2 minute routine which they follow, and they introduce themselves. And in that 1 to 2 minutes, if you go by the body language of the dancer, you will understand what the nature of that dancer is. Is she representing evil? Is she representing good? Is she representing cunningness? The stance which this dance has taken would be something related to, for example, a certain state of arrogance. A certain state of arrogance, which is that royalty and arrogance is actually represented like this. Because it is an earthly element, the foot movement is very heavy. The foot movement aspect is linked to earthly elements. The earth has a lot of movement inside it, and that is why that is manifested through the foot movement itself. So Kuchipudi, for our own understanding, uniqueness is Daru, dance routine to reveal the character of a dancer or story, earthly element, heavy foot or feet movement. Other characteristics: Andhra silk, here it would be hand gestures, facial gestures, that's it. Other than that, any other point? Carnatic music, patrons by Vijayanagar Golconda rulers. Lakshmi Narayan Shastri is one of the most known today. That's it. Okay. Team performance. Now I know some of you would be sitting there and be like, मेरे तो सब कुछ एक ही है. That I can't make out the difference between Bharatanatyam and Kuchipudi. And thanks to God, there's no concept of identification through images. So if you can remember this table, your job is already done. Because some of you, I know you would be like, what knee, bent knee, everything is the same, all are wearing saris. I know that. I've got this question multiple times. So if you are figuring out and you're not able to figure out that, okay, the state is different, the sari is different, the concept is different, just learn this table, and it is for you I'm making this table. Because dance is an area which is fertile, only 8. Don't have to worry about it. Because I know Some of you are scratching your head and saying that I can't see the difference. Idhar bhi to bent knee hai. The knee is bent here also. So how are you saying it is not bent knee? How are you saying it is not bent knee? But I know. So don't worry. I'm telling you, don't worry. Just learn the table and your job is done. It's different. Sure. If you can't make that out, not an issue. Okay. That is the irony of the story, that these are the dances which we perform today. India's image is of this. A foreigner will be able to identify the difference between Andhra and Kanjipuram silk. For us, everything is the same. Okay. Now we go to Kerala. Can we go to Kerala? Kuchipudi, but picture doesn't show team performance. I have also not seen America. That doesn't mean that America does not exist. There is team performance, and with two people, it is a team. So the Mahishasur Mardani scene itself is team performance. Okay. Initially done by the Kuchelwas of the Kuchelvapuram sector. Now, when we go to Kerala, we now see a division. In a way that there are two dances which are recognized as classical dances. One is called Kathakali and the other one is called Mohiniyattam. Now here the division is very straightforward. Kathakali is only men and Mohiniyattam is only women. And that's why two different dances. Kathakali, even the women role is done by men. And Mohiniyattam is Mohiniyattam because there's no need for a man in Mohiniyattam. So remember, Kathakali and Mohiniyattam are divided according to their own genders which they embody. Now, Kathakali, which means that when you tell a story through drama, it is called Kathakali. And generally pronounced Kathak. Are Kathak alag hai. This is Kathak. This is Kathakali. And this is Kathak, Birju Maharaj. Before you start to think I'm telling you about the same thing, this is Kathak. So Sachin, wake up. Kathak and Kathakali are different. Okay. Now, Kathakali, which is telling the story through drama, it is linked to the two traditions which come out of the Kerala sector. Kalripat is a martial arts tradition. And this is a theater tradition. This is a theater tradition. And in both, when they come together, you get Kathakali. Again, went obscure over a period of time. A very celebrated freedom fighter, V.N. Menon, is the one who patronized it. Now comes the other important elements, which is uniqueness and features. Uniqueness and features. The most unique feature of Kathakali is, as you already know or would know, is the very distinct makeup which they do. Kathakali, from eye movement to the costume to the makeup, it is a very big commitment which these dancers do, and they are literally preserving the most important part of Indian culture by giving up on aspirations which everybody has. There's no incentive to do these things today, but this tradition of Sanskritic what we call as Sanskrit theater form based dance drama is something which is extremely exceptional. And when we talk about uniqueness, we have costumes, we have headgear, we have the makeup with meaning of each color. One more very interesting thing about Kathakali is called the thumping foot movement. The heaviest of all movement in dances happens in Kathakali. Kathakali is known for its very heavy movement. Now, if I show you this image, it is more or less meaningless to you, because in this image itself, there are 4 different characters which have been represented. One evil, one a saint, one royalty, and other related to learned men. And in that sense, every color, everything which Kathakali uses, from the very iconic, what we call as waist gear which they wear, to the expressions which they give, all of it has a certain purpose. All of it has a certain purpose. The dance is done with no dialogues but only kinetic music. They try to match the beat of the music itself. But what is more important is, as I told you, even women's, what we call as representation, or women are represented in this by men only, because it's an all male 2P. Only men can do it. And in its most grandest form, this dance is linked to the larger tradition of what we call as Malayali Sanskrit drama tradition of Kerala. Well, we'll discuss when we'll talk about theater traditions. We'll discuss about Kudiyattam, Mudiyattu. The aspect is here very simple, which is that representation of the Mahabharata or the Ramayana, or even thematics coming from the epics of South India, it represents a very interesting story about India. Why only men? Because there's an only woman dance in Kerala already, Mohiniyattam. Now, when we talk about the basic features, I really want to go into the rather interpretation of colors itself. You have first Mani Pravalam, which is very, very important, which is Malayalam and Sanskrit mixture is used. Carnatic music is a generic word which is used for music coming from South India. So stop telling me things. So it's not specific to the Carnatic area, but Carnatic and Hindustani are 2 major categories. So don't worry about that. Mani Pravalan, very heavy headgear, very heavy makeup, and makeup having meaning. And the fact is that they represent the Sanskritic tradition of Kerala. Now, every color which you see here has a meaning. The most obvious would be evil, being red or black. Yellow is mostly used for women and saints. Now, this is a beard. This is weird. But nowadays, Mohiniyattam done by men. Sure, why not? Nowadays, anything is done by anything. I'm talking about their origin. Now, so a lot of things are done by men. Don't worry about that. Beard represents consciousness, because when this was rising, there would be no men dancing to TikToks, right? So that was the issue, na? Women, women were given Mohiniyattam, men were given Kathakali. Now Kathakali also women are there, so it's a different issue altogether. So people were not wasting their life like that. They were very strict rules. So beard represents consciousness or higher consciousness, which is the concept of what we call as learned or knowledgeable. Now there's a very interesting difference between this person and this person. When you have red next to your nose, it means royalty. This means he's a king. And if there's no red next to your nose, it means that you are not a king. So if we go by this interpretation, is this person a king or not? This is so we already know a woman. Is this a king or not? No, he isn't, because you can see that in the nose area there is no red. And if we go by this scene, now you can interpret all the different people, and this is the beauty of Bharatnatyam. If you ever get a chance to ever watch Bharatnatyam, if you ever get a chance to watch Kathakali, if you can understand Kathakali, there is no better way of understanding stories. This it would be a saint. This would be evil. This is the king. And these two are, or these three are wise men. Basically, now you can basically understand and interpret the whole concept itself. Is this person a king? No, because there's no redness here. So Kathakali, in a way, what they have to do is that they have to actually represent something. We have to represent something through, they need multiple characters. And when they need multiple characters, they have to make sure that they use multiple colors to represent that. So if you can actually decode Kathakali, there is no better tradition of Kathakali in this world of what we call as telling a story. I would encourage you to watch a video, because you can't get an idea of how that thumping is, because they are known for very, very heavy foot movement, and that is something which is out of this world generally. Now uniqueness, makeup with the colors representing different characters. Money Pravalam. Malayalam. we have to also understand their origin. Origin in Kudiyattam and Kalari Pattu. Theatre. Feature storytelling, devotional, and epics depicted. Are we clear about Kathakali? When will class start? Gayatri, 1.5 hours it's been now, close to. Now we go to the other tradition coming out of Kerala, which is called Mohiniyattam. Sir, are these dance forms the same today as they were? No, obviously, no dance form remains the way it is. It is something which obviously keeps on evolving. Now, the next tradition is Mohiniyattam. And Mohiniyattam, the origin of this is in a very important mythological story. What is today's situation? Women participation in Kathakali. If you want to do it, you can do it. But mostly Kerala women stay away from Kathakali. They go to Mohiniyattam because that is a more closer tradition that is. Sir, Kathakali example. Kathakali. What is the example of Kathakali? Kathakali. Females, see, Nagaraja initially not allowed. Now anything can be there. Example of Kathakali. Okay, bhaiya. You have the most common today. One second. You have music. So you want a name of a Kathakali. What are the features of Kathakali? Kathakali this. This is the feature uniqueness. Some of you are moving with a certain time gap. Can we all be on the same page? Because after I've showed the features, I'm going to Mohiniyattam, you're asking me features. So can we be clear? Yes? Can we be clear? You want famous proponents? I think one of them was in the news recently. I'm looking for that name. Because Kathakali dancers' names are not known. Kathakali dancers' names are not known because what is their character is more important. So the groups are more important than the individuals. That is why I've not given the names. The problem is that you will get group names, the Kathakali performance group name. Individual actors are not important in Kathakali because Kathakali is group performance mostly. What is the difference between folk dance, classical dance? Classical dance, international, national, folk, regional. Again, Shelly, I discussed this close to an hour back. Can I go to Mohiniyattam, please? Okay. Now, when we talk about Mohiniyattam, Mohiniyattam is linked to a mythological story which you would have either heard or if you don't know. Ballad of the East means that ballad tradition means a way of telling a story. There are ballads of the West. Shakespearean type of understanding. This is called the Ballad of the East. Now, the story of Mohiniyattam is linked to what? Killing of Bhasmasur, Shiva. Anybody tell me what is the story of Mohiniyattam? Where does the origin of Mohiniyattam as a dance come from mythologically? No, it's not Vishwamitra and Mohini. Yes, very good, Abhijit. It's called the Samudra Manthan. It's called the Samudra Manthan or the churning of the ocean. So basically, Dev and just to give a basic understanding, because Mohiniyattam has a very distinct feature. And in order to understand that distinct feature, you need to understand what is the concept behind it. The concept is that under the Samudra Manthan, you have the churning of the ocean for Amrit, which is basically immortality portion. Now it is believed that both the Devas started to churn the ocean. So the first thing which came out was poison. Was poison. And obviously everybody said, who will drink this poison? So it was given to Lord Shiva, and Lord Shiva drank it and he keeps it here. That is why it's called Neelkant, because Lord Shiva has not removed it or he has not taken it down. He holds it in his what we call as neck. That's why it's called Neelkant, because he's holding the most poisonous thing in his neck. Now after that came out Amrit, or what we call as immortality potion. But now the point was that Dev said that if the Rakshasas, which is the evil, gets Amrit, then every Rakshas will become immortal. And in that context, there will be no peace on earth. And therefore, now it was said that Lord Vishnu, you have to do something. You have to make sure that that the Devas consume the Amrit and the Rakshas don't. And therein he takes the form of what we call as the Mohini, wherein he now takes the form of an enchantress. And the fact was that in Mohini he had two pitchers in his hand. In one he had the Amrit, in one he had the any standard liquid. So through the Mohini dance, he enchanted the Rakshasas in such a way that by one hand he made the Rakshas drink the random potion, and from the other hand he gave it to the Devas. And therefore the enchantress enchants. One of the Rakshas who basically saw this happening is Rahu Ketu, which is Rahu is the head, Ketu is the body. Basically, that origin comes from that idea itself, that he basically drank the immortality potion. Now Lord Vishnu saw that, so he had to basically then cut the head of the Rakshas. That becomes one part Rahu, other part Ketu, the Navgraha or the 9 different directional gods we have in that sense. So Mohiniyattam, the story does not matter to you. What matters is that Mohiniyattam needs to be a dance which is of the enchantress. Based on that, would it be that there would be very heavy movement or very heavy thumping in Mohiniyattam? No. Because if you're trying to enchant a person, you basically don't do quick movement. So what Mohiniyattam is actually known for is very slow, simple, straightforward movement. It's an hypnotizing dance. So the fact of the matter is Mohiniyattam, you have very gentle foot movement. It has the iconic Kasavu saris of Kerala, which is the white sari with the golden border. It also has very graceful eye movement and facial expression. Further, the hand movement and the hand gestures are also graceful and slow. And this is why the story explains why it will be, which is Mohiniyattam, solo group dance both happens. Again, V and Menon is going to be the one who will, along with Kalyani Amma, revive it. And you have grace and elegance of Bharatanatyam, but the vigor when it comes to expressing of Kathakali, absence of thumping foot movement, and the footwork is very gentle, very, very gentle. That way. Lasya aspect is very dominant in Mohini dance. Costume, as I told you, the Kasavu saris. And famous proponents, we have Jayaprada Menon and, for example, Sundana Nair. So, in this story, in this slide, we add it. Mohiniyattam, origin in the Samudra Manthan story. Thereafter, uniqueness. Absence of heavy foot movement. Right in table, I have made it in this way because at least Kerala you can see together. So don't ask me to do anything. I will do it if I think it is right. Heavy foot movement. Absence of heavy foot movement. Gentle eye and hand gestures. Samudra Manthan, it's a mythological story which gives the origin of this dance. So why can't that be the case? It's a mythological story and dancers adopted it. Stop jumping the gun. I will tell you that. Them have intangible. Neither of them are intangible. Intangible is given to the other Kudiyattam Mudiyattu. We'll discuss that. So everything will be discussed. Either you know art and culture, you don't know art and culture. It can't be between. That you know something also, you don't know something also. So don't worry about that. I will discuss everything with you. So the story is officially validated. Where the validation you will get? From the censor board. It's a concept, it's a story, it's a mythological story which exists. There are multiple, there are thousands of concepts in India. So validation, I don't need anybody's validation for the mythological story. So validated ka matlab kya hota hai? Don't use these words which makes no sense. These are not validated stories, and religion does not need validation. Okay. Absence of heavy foot movement, gentle eye and hand gestures, and the Kasavu saris. Further, that's the point. We believe in Halloween, we believe in Black Friday, but when it comes to believing in these things, we tend to say, no, I cannot be true. I am not no one to judge anybody. This is the story, this is the concept, this is it. You believe in it, you don't believe in it, that is your personal choice. So, absence of heavy foot movement, gentle eye and hand gesture, Kasavu saris, and graceful dance. Features. Are there no images of Mohiniyattam? Shelly, do you have a different streaming? Isn't this what I'm showing you, Mohiniyattam? This is Mohiniyattam. This is Mohiniyattam. This is Mohiniyattam. This is Mohiniyattam. Do you think Mohiniyattam similar to Bharatanatyam? एकदम सेम है, कोई है ही नहीं. No issues. If you give religious connotation, then evaluator can give penalty marks. Now, if you will start to explain Indian international relations and history through religion, that's a separate issue altogether. What religious connotation means is the communalistic which is inside us, that should not come out. That you start to do Hindu, Muslim, Sikh in the paper. That's a different concept. So please tell, I'm curious to know. And obviously they're not the same. How? Because I'll tell you why you are saying that they're similar. Either bent nahi dekh liya na, you are now going to say that both are the same. The color is different. The idea is different. The concept is different. The state is different. The whole thing is different. Just because they bend the knee does not mean that it becomes Bharatnatyam. Please don't do this. It's the morning 7:30 and I am in no, or you should also be in no mood to discuss how all of them look the same. Hand gesture is common to everyone. Then this is, I'm telling you, I knew see, didn't I tell you that someone is going to say that they look all the same? So you see, they are not the same. Hand gesture is something which is in every dance. Features. Hand gestures. V.N. Menon revived it. Done. And if you watch a video, it will automatically, you will understand. For once, some teachers telling you to watch a video. Watch the in the break, try to watch 2-3 seconds and automatically you will realize that how they're different. Okay. Now, Odissi. Odissi has a very interesting origin. Odissi was linked to the Odisha Jagannath temple and the generic temples of this area. But it was done by a specific low caste community from Odisha. And what will happen is that when Puranic Hinduism will spread throughout this area, the caste distinction and the concept of caste will be used to take this dance away from that community. And then small boys will be made to dance as women, what are called Gotipuas. And it got connected with the royal courts of Odisha. It has a troubled history. Odissi is one of those dance which is even represented in the Udayagiri Kanderi caves. Jain tradition they are linked to. And one of the oldest dances. But Odissi has been credited to have that one position which is common in every dance today, and it is the origin of that position, which is called the Tribhanga position or the Tribhaga position. So when we talk about Odissi, Udayagiri Khanderi caves we've seen a representation of an Odissi dancer. Even in the Natya Shastra, we have the Odra Nitra, which means Odissi in that context. It was the Mahari tradition of Kerala, wherein of Odisha, wherein King Karavela was the one who patronized it. Later, when Vaishnavism or Puranic Hinduism will start to spread through this sector, Gotipuas, young boys, will be recruited to dress up as females and dance because this tradition was now becoming more and more Brahmin centric and taken away from the Maharis itself. And thereafter, these boys will dance in what is called the Nartalas, the royal courts of the Odisha sector itself. It will be Charles Fabry and Indrani Rahman who have now made Odissi one of the most popular dances across the world. So in our origin understanding, It is the Mahari community of Odisha, then the Goti, then the Gotipuas of the royal courts. Now, Odranitra is the word which is used for the Odissi dance in Natya Shastra. Now, this is called the famous Tribhanga position. The Odisha silk is used. But the Tribhanga position is intrinsic and linked to Odissi since its origin. And the Tribhanga position basically is to keep the body in three different axes. To keep the body in three different axes means Tribhanga. Tribhaga it was also called in different in context. Tribhanga is this concept itself wherein your body is in three axes. This has now become very common across, nothing to do with the halo and ornamentation, no European influence. The fact of the matter remains is that Tribhanga is something which is very important to every dance today, but it has its origin in Odissi. What is indicated? Tribhanga means this position. Tribhanga. First axis, second axis, third axis. When you put your body into three axes, it becomes Tribhanga. And what we believe is that it embodies the movement of water. And one of the most interesting features of the whole tradition itself, quite expressive hand and eye movements are linked. But what is known for, so Odissi is not limited to, Tribhanga is not limited to Odissi today, but its origin is in Odissi. Tribhanga is now used everywhere. It's called optical illusions and representations. Very interesting thing about what we call today as Odissi is that they play with optical illusions quite a lot. And the dancer shows a lot of skill in trying to do that. So Odissi, in a way, a very old dance. Its Tribhanga position is everywhere else. And other than that, the whole recital is based on multiple forms of optical illusions. And in that sense, if you look at the whole dance in its entirety, a very beautiful dance represented in a different way of understanding. So before you email me that where is the face of the lady, she is still here. She's bent over backwards, and there's a person behind her who has kept her head on the hand of this woman. So this is called an optical illusion. Individual dancing, there are two people. This is an individual, this is two people. So just to tell you that Odissi has this very interesting origin, problematic origin also. And Somesh is telling us that when we perform Odissi, the Gotipa concept comes from chosen child of divine dance. Sure. But that is the Vaishnavite tradition distorting the Mahari tradition in that sense. Okay. And I think Someshri, I think the way you are telling me, you are an Odissi dancer then. She's telling me Chinmasta, the head separated from the body. Yes. Yes. So she's the authority here, not me. Let me make this public. Yes. Okay. Now, other features of Odissi, mudras, postures, Tribhanga, three bended form of body. So Tribhanga is a lasya element or a Tandava element? It's a Tandava element. How can it be a lasya element? They're doing something with the body, then how can it be a lasya element? Very an iconic posture, which Someshri is going to tell us, chalk position, which also depicts masculinity. And a very interesting thing about Odissi is also mostly the lower body remains static. Torso movement is there quite a lot. So let's add it to the like the movement of the water itself. Yes, unique, and you have characteristics. Odissi uniqueness, Tribhanga, water movement, Odisha silk, optical illusions, and characteristics, hand mudras, feet movement, and you have graceful eye plus hand mudra combinations. So we've done 4 dances till this point. 2 out of Kerala. There are 5 dances. 2 out of Kerala, one Odisha, one Andhra Pradesh, and one Tamil Nadu. Are we all clear about them? Because I think you need a break before you go into Tribhaga position or Tribhanga position. We'll take a break here. We come back. Kathak, Satariya, Manipuri, 3 dances. And then we move to puppetry, then into theatre. Yes? If I complete, it will go until 8:15. That much you can't survive. Rahul, you will not survive yourself. I know you very well. Don't worry. Okay. We come back at festivals was done yesterday itself. You want to be on Mohiniyattam Kathakali slide. Okay. Okay. So we come back by 7. It's 45. 57. 57. 8ish. We'll see. You can watch the videos for these dances also. It would be helpful if you have the time. I'm giving you 5 minutes extra. Watch something. At least all the 4 5 dances we discussed. Watch 1 minute. It will help you. Break till 8 o'clock. Watch a dance. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Okay. So all dances are different, their movement, dresses and all. Yes. Perfect. I hope you watch certain videos so as to understand the difference. Rahul, quite different. I was saying that. So I hope. Okay. Now, we move to Manipur, where we have a very interesting dance called the Manipuri dance, which has its origin in a festival which happens there, which is called the Lai Horoba festival. And there's a mythological origin to this also, wherein when it is believed when Lord Shiva and Parvati were traveling to the Manipur sector, the local Gandharvas, who are the devotees, they actually danced, and the dance which was done by these devotees in a mythological sense was the Manipuri dance. It will become very common throughout this area once Vaishnavism will spread throughout this sector. And initially, again, there was a very interesting peculiarity that it was mostly done by females, and it is Raja Bhagchandra of Manipur who kept Manipuri alive. And in the Shantiniketan of Rabindranath Tagore, Manipuri was followed and taken forward in that sense. Now, the Manipuri dance is known for two very specific things. First is the iconic skirt. Thereafter, the wheel and the whole attire itself. You can see that in a way it is representing what is called as Krishna Bhakti, or what we today call as Ras Leela. And there are two types. One is this type in which you have the iconic skirt and wheel, but you also have the other one in which you can remove these two elements, and you have the one which is done in Lai Haroba festival by everyone. So there are two different manifestations, and very, very, very beautiful, very interesting, and in a way very rich tradition of what we call as representation of Krishna Bhakti and all. And over and above that, this has been recently in the news also because of the marriage of Randeep Hooda, because the wife of Randeep Hooda was in the traditional attire of Manipur, which is this one. And we got a lot of representation in that sense out of this important, though very captured moment. But before that itself, it is the Manipuri dance where we see the origin of this very important attire. Now, this is one thing. The second thing is its representation. What does it actually represent? and what are the aspects about it. So it's a devotional dance, we know it. Wheel, gentle hand gestures and movement. And women wear long skirts which focus on slow and gracious movement of hand and knee positions. So when we talk about Manipuri, it has a lot of elements from two things which we'll discuss later also, called Thangta and Sankirtana. Two more very beautiful traditions coming out of Manipur. One a martial arts tradition, the other one a theater tradition and theater and dance tradition. And one of the most known proponents would be the Javeri sisters, who have made this a very important way of expressing northeastern identity and specifically Manipur dynasty. So we will add this to our repository. Manipuri Lai Aroba Festival and go and the Gandharvas and Gandharvas within mythological stories. When we talk about the uniqueness, it is the attire, which is the skirt and wheel plus Ras Leela and Krishna Bhakti. Characteristics: slow movement, graceful, and hand gestures. Right. Are we all clear about these first six? Two more left. Can we do that? All women, now men are also involved. Initially. Now, we move to one of the most iconic dances and the most iconic man himself. Attire means clothes. Iconic man's himself, Birju Maharaj. He is the epitome of Kathak and Indian traditions generally. If you have never ever, what is the point of writing graceful? Because Kathakali, it's not about grace, it's about action. So there's a difference. Now, if you've never seen Birju Maharaj dance, you have missed a very important part of Indian culture, and he was a prolific dancer. And in a way, Birju Maharaj represents what is India. But Kathak as a dance is also a very important representation of syncretic culture, because Kathak, which comes from the Uttar Pradesh sector, it has distinct Ras Leela origin, but thereafter it has what is called as Mughal influence. The attire is very Persianized, and one of the most important aspect of the Kathak is the ghungru, because the very heavy feet movement is to make the ghungru be the most important way of expressing the music itself. And further, there's a very important peculiarity of the Kathak dance. See, because within Mughal tradition, you dance within a limited space, which is that people will sit around like this. There was only limited space in which the Kathak dancer could move. Kathak doesn't use a lot of stage area. Kathak is done in a very limited space. A very limited space. So it is the tradition in which it evolved that it allowed it to dance within the same area itself. And it's a very important aspect. That Birju Maharaj and generally Kathak dancers, they use as limited space as possible so as to make sure that their ideas or the idea of Kathak is about being limited in space itself. So Ras Leela of Brajbhumi is the origin. Kathakar is the one who tells the story. Mughal era court dance, which will become Persianized as we go forward. Lady Leela Shauki is the one who revived it in the 20th century. And Birju Maharaj, Lachu Maharaj, and Sitara Devi, three very known proponents of Kathak generally. Now, we then move to the last one. 1 second. We don't have space here, right? Manipur. Okay. Kathak, UP, origin. You have Ras Leela plus Mughal court culture. Uniqueness. You have the concept of limited space, Persianized tire, Ghunguru use, not Ghunguru use, extensive use. And what we call as characteristics. Hand and feet movement are linked together to create movement. Heavy feet movement. Okay. Now we come to the last dance, which is Satariya. This has come in the examination, straightforward, straight question from Satariya. Satariya, the word comes from the word Satra. So when Vaishnavism was spreading throughout the Assam sector, there were temples which emerged, which are called the Satras. And the people who, or the initial people who danced this dance was basically the saints and the pandits of the Satras. And the Satariya, therefore, is again linked to the Vaishnava saint Shankaradeva and his movement across this sector. When we talk about Satariya, it is an amalgamation of Ojapali. It's again a dance from the Assam sector and Devdasi tradition of Assam itself. That's a totally different concept, Devdas. And there are three things which stand out, and it will give birth to two more also, is the iconic Assamese silk. Further, hand and feet are rhythmically linked. And this is a very important point because from using the iconic Assamese Gomucha to having different aspects of the silk itself, in Satariya, the eye, hand, and feet movement are totally synced. There are not a lot of places where they will be out of sync. If the hand is in the front, the knee will be in the front. And if the hand is in the back, the knee is in the same area. There's a very synchronized movement, rhythmic movement in that sense. So it's a rhythmic dance posture based hand and gesture footwork, but very simple, straightforward. Strict rules of hand gesture footwork, meaning if it has to be front, it has to be front, back, back, and they have the iconic pagari of Assam with the Assamese jewelry, the Pat silk which is used in Assam, and out of Satariya comes two more traditions in the Assam sector. One is called Bhavna, which is a what we call as folk dance tradition, and the other one is called Ankai Nat. Ankai Nat is a type of Satariya in which not Assamese is used, but an Assamese Maithili language is used, which is called Brajavali. It's called Brajavali. So basically, it's an amalgamation of two and gives birth to two more. So Satariya thereafter uniqueness, rhythmic, or rather we'll say strict rules of hand and now we started with the discussion of these 8. Does anybody have any issue in these 8? I've given you these 4 slides on which the 8 dances are there, and you can basically revise from them. Because then I would like to, what is meant by Gharana? Gharana system, music I will tell you tomorrow, not here. Not here. Are we clear? Yes or no? Yes, okay. You wanted to see Satariya. Okay. Bhavana and Ankainat are further sub-forms of Satariya which is practiced in Assam, are offshoots of Satariya. That's it. Okay. We female wear silk sari, so they will wear dhotis, which are also silk dhotis or standard dhotis. Okay. Now classical dances are done. Now, as I told you, certain folk dances I will identify for you, which you need to know. Which is, for example, Kalbeli. We will discuss later also because it's an intangible heritage. Garba, everybody knows because of Bollywood. Tarangamel is important because it comes from the Portuguese colony of Goa. Chow again is an intangible heritage. These two I will discuss with you later also. Then you have Ghumar, but people tend to think of a different Ghumar because of a song. It is the Bhil tribe which does the Ghumar dance or the Gangor dance. You have to remember this first. So no music used in Kathak. No, it's not true. That's not true. Certain rhythmic tabla will be there behind for sure. Now, thereafter, Dadra from Uttar Pradesh, Bhangra again everybody knows. Gaddi dance from Himachal Pradesh, Paika dance from the Uttarakhand sector, and the Jwara dance from MP. What I've done is very simply is I've put all the folk dances which you should know, can learn in the end on one slide. On one slide. So you can just learn these. If you can, your work is done. State and folk dance. If you can remember, you can remember. No Ritika, no classical dance. Are we clear about this? I have tried to give you these things as much as possible so that we are clear about everything. One of the biggest modules is over, called dances, and thereafter we can move forward. Okay. See, Chhau, Puralia, Mayurbhanj, all these three, I know they are different in different states. I've just put it in one eastern sector. Don't go by that exact tag. Chhau will discuss. It has three different manifestations. Different in Jharkhand, different in Bihar, different in Odisha, and some parts of West Bengal also. Okay. See, as I said, there's no end to it. I know there's no one referred for example, Haryana, there's no referred to, there's no end to it. If you really want to learn this, you go and open Nitin Singhania. There's a whole list of it. But as I said, classical dances matter. Folk dances, input, output is not worth it. So can we move away from dances now? If you really want to learn, Nitin Singhani has a very long section on it. I would encourage you to do it if you want to. I'm already telling you the ones I've marked are important. Other than that, if you really don't want to learn it, don't learn it. But classical dances cannot be ignored. UPSC is also actually referring to classical dances more. Whatever folk dance will be in the news, we'll discuss it in current affairs, and that will be our issue and our understanding itself. Can we stop here, take a breather, start puppetry? Because then puppetry will go on for at least an hour. Yes? Can I successfully say that you are now a little bit more educated about classical dances of India and will be able to identify them in the examination through statement-based questions and the concept of certain unique characteristics? You will be able to do that? Yes, sir? Perfect. So 8:30, let's start again. And 45 minutes puppetry. Puppetry is a very interesting concept which I have to discuss with you. And we'll do one more smaller topic, which is most probably either martial arts or something else like that. Can we try some previous year on? There's only one question, Shabni. I'll show it to you tomorrow. Let me cover this area because one of the options of a dance question is basically having another statement from theater. So it will take me one class, one and a half class, and you'll be ready to do it. Okay. Right? Okay. I would encourage you to watch Manipuri, to watch Kathak, and watch Satariya if possible in this 5 minutes, one minute if you can. it will then give you a certain visual memory. It will be good enough. That is, I'm actually giving you this 5 minutes. 31. Watch it and please let me know once I'm back. Okay. Perfect. Great. I hope some of you took the kast of watching the videos, and I hope that there's a certain visual memory of these things now in your mind. If you really do understand the imagery and the understand, the next till Tuesday, next three today, two, four more classes is going to be like this only. This is when you become a IS officer, when you go to Lavazna, you're taken to every state and you have what is called as Bharat Darshan. So this is the pre-Labazna Bharat Darshan for you, that you are trying to understand India in its truest form. Now we go to puppetry. Puppetry, see, there are two types of understanding. This topic people tend to not care about or don't do. But the cost analysis of puppetry is good in the sense that there's something called input output in history or in UPSC. If you learn 500 things and one question comes, the input is not worth the output. And if you can learn 5 things, 10 things, and you can get one question, maybe that the input output is good. Because, for example, some of the students I've seen, once a question came with national highways, like truck drivers, they remember each and every national highway from where to where it goes. That is a futile waste of your time, because even if the question comes, if UPSC will ask, they can ask such a question that that national highway you will not know. 1248 everybody knows, golden quadrilateral. But thereafter, some students have boosted to me that, sir, I know every national highway. Where does it go from which state to which state? When I was like, what will you do with that information? They said, it will come in the examination. And then I said, for example, 48A, 48B, then what will you do? Because national highways have smaller chunks also. So when it comes to cost effective analysis, puppetry is worth it because of this. Because of this, there are not a lot. Total number, you have 4 here, 3 here, 1 here, 2 here. So total 10 are there, and not a lot in that sense. But puppetry creates two major questions in our mind. Now, first thing first, what is puppetry? Puppetry is, unfortunately, I have to tell you what is puppetry, because in our generation, puppetry was a very important way of what we call as a expression of entertainment or entertainment itself. Katputli or certain what we call as dolls are basically puppetry. But the difference between a doll and a puppet is going to be that puppets are enacted. So puppets are enacted. This is the most iconic which you would ever seen. This is called Katputli. But except for Katputli, India has also a very, very vibrant tradition in across the landscape of India. But puppetry raises a very important question. Puppetry issue is that puppetry is dying. Puppetry is dying. And nobody cares about it. And in what we call as the you are basically, or we are basically what is called as the impatient generation, which is that a 10-second ad seems to be so long that we are ready to pay a money for ad-free YouTube. And we really are that impatient generation, because from YouTube we are back to Reels, which is 1 minute. We can't, if there was an option, you would have made me go faster. And some of you who watch the video later would increase the speed at which I speak. So the fact of the matter is that we are impatient generation, and I don't think so we have the patience of sitting for puppets or puppetry, because it's a very elaborate aspect. That is the irony of the story, that the most important means of communication and entertainment has now become something which we can't even tolerate. Now, this means that there are puppeteers in India who are dying. And in COVID 19, it exposed the biggest issue with regards to culture, where these puppeteers who would want to gather crowds, there was no way to get any form of employment. They don't have a skill set other than doing something so difficult that you can't do it. Everybody can go to school and learn things, but doing puppetry is a skill. And this creates the question of conservation and preservation and incentives to be in culture itself. See, we today have this idea that we today live peacefully, knowing that the Jawan is standing, or our Indian Army, our Air Force, our Navy is there to basically protect us. The same way you and me are oblivious of our own culture because somebody is taking the pain to take it forward. But the more it becomes irrelevant, the more these people realize that there's no incentive to be in it. Not now, but maybe after 10, 15, 30 years, you will realize that these very important traditions are gone. It's called extinction of culture. So, giving them 1,000, 2,000 rupees under a random scheme, giving them not real incentives actually doesn't do anything. 1,000, 2,000 rupees is not a lot of money in today's world. And giving them under, for example, Vishkarma scheme, Nidhi scheme, Swanidhi scheme, is it not evolution of culture? No. If your evolution of culture means destruction of culture, then that is not evolution. You are telling me globalization is the evolution of culture, but basically that's Americanization. This is the conversation I want to have with you. You don't know your own culture. You don't care about your own culture. You have no idea about culture. You find it a burden. You disrespect culture in the way of not knowing about it also. Americanization of culture is not evolution. You know more about the Marvel franchise. You know more about Harry Potter. You would know more about multiple American, now K-pop, which is Korean, and even Chinese, and even what we call as our cartoons were dominated by what we call as Americanized, then he became Japanese. Then nowadays we have started to change or started to move away from it. But when you look at your own culture, you tell me right now, how much do you know about Indian culture? That too, because you're a UPSC aspirant, you are actually being forced to sit with me in the morning and doing this. If you had an option and there was no mains question and a prelims question, you would have said, what's the point of doing art and culture? What you do with the ancient and medieval? So this is not just that because I teach art and culture, I'm telling you to learn art and culture. You don't know art and culture. You have no idea about it. You literally have no idea about it. There would be people who will talk about that I know mythology, and then they will start to give me standard WhatsApp, or these people who sit on YouTube, they will start to tell this. People are making new culture. Random things. So when you don't know culture, when you have no idea of culture, then anybody says anything, you don't know if it's right or wrong. The fact of the matter is that this person, think about it. These three people have chosen to be part of this tradition. And they have no way out. They have no way out. Nobody knows their name. Nobody has any idea. I don't know, and I cannot make sense of the fact that I don't know who this person is. These two people. But they have chosen to do something which you will call, or our parents will call, mockery. They will say, what's the point of doing all of this? Become an engineer and doctor first. So you do really think that they don't want to be engineers and doctors? The fact of the matter is, if we don't create real incentive, giving them money is not the answer. Giving them an audience is the answer. And unfortunately, in the tablet phone culture, nobody is sitting through a puppetry, theater, whatever, every puppetry, theater, martial arts, or dances. Nobody knows nothing. But they hold the key to the culture for which you are nationalistic. You are ready to go and kill a person if somebody does something, but you don't know what India means. The day you realize what true nationalism is, then you will realize the importance of knowing your own culture. We will now develop a certain understanding, because by the end of this cycle, which is puppetry, theater, and all, I need an answer from you, 3 to 4 points. And this has come for conservation of monuments. I need an answer for a question: how to protect and preserve and encourage or incentivize these people. I need an answer by the end of Monday. How do you protect it? Don't give me random points here. Give me the right answer. A set plan on how this is an ethics question. How you are going to do it. Now, when we talk about puppetry, there are multiple references to puppetry. Puppets, we believe that we are puppets in the god, in the hand of God. We use people as puppets. Puppets analogies used quite a lot. Atish, you don't have to write it in all caps. Don't worry. How to protect and preserve? A question for you. You have to tell me the answer. So, puppetry, we have seen archaeological evidences of puppets being found as early as the Harappan and what we call as IVC civilization. The first oldest reference to a puppet is in what is called as the Shilapadikaram. It's a classical text of Tamil language. It talks about puppetry. The fact of the matter is, marionette puppetry is very, very old. This thing which they use to do puppetry is called marionette. The one which you see they use is called marionette theater. Marionettes are used to basically control the puppets. Even in the Bhagavad Puran, which is a very important text on which whole Puranic Hinduism is based, God is described as a puppeteer controlling the 3 strings of the universe. You don't have to learn this, but God controls everything. And in that sense, puppetry takes multiple forms, but the idea is that puppetry represents Indian culture in miniatures. Because in puppetry, painting, sculpture, music, dance, drama, everything is integrated. But devoid of audience and financial security, it's on a steady decline very, very quickly. Steady decline very, very quickly. Now, we now need to understand each of them separately. Because there's no one type of puppetry, but 4 types of puppetry: string, shadow, glove, and rod puppetry. The first is string. String is the most known, which is that there are strings which control the puppet, and they basically control the puppet in such a way that they manipulate the hands and the head. The first is, now first to be very clear, what will come in the examination is puppetry state. So all you need to actually know is the state. That's it. Nothing more will be asked. No mains question, no statement based questions. Only need to know puppetry state and your job is done. So when we talk about string puppetry, these are small 7 to 9 inches puppets whose limbs and bodies are covered with very beautiful clothing so that the strings are not shown. And the fact is that in India we have multiple forms of them. The most known is Katputli. You just have to remember Katputli, Rajasthan, and Kat means what we call as uh, wood. Putli means doll. The most iconic feature about Katputli is that they do not have legs. Only the head and the hands are controlled. So there is absence of legs in Katputli, and the strings are attached to the fingers of the puppeteer. Katputli, that way, is a very, very, very interesting tradition because music will always be there. There will be narration, there will be drama, and there are puppeteers who are standing in the back who are controlling these puppets. Now, unfortunately, we have reduced these men and women to selling Katputlis to foreigners, and the commercialization of the whole sector, the commercialization of the whole sector, which is Rajasthan tourism and generally that tourism itself, is that this is now just a addition to a larger ambience which we try to create for foreigners. They were a much important tradition because they were the way of social commentary, telling stories to people and to children. Now they are just one addition in the corner. Takes a lot of effort, takes a lot of understanding of music and drama and dance to actually do it. But I can see the legs. You can obviously see the legs, but they're not controlled. The legs are not manipulated, they dangle. So sure, you are able to see the legs, very beautiful, very good observation, but they're not controlled. Manipulation only of limbs and of head. And what you can also understand something is puppetry supports music, drama, dance, and textiles. Their costumes need the iconic Rajasthani textiles. So the textile industry is also getting supported if this goes forward. But again, as I said, nobody has the time. Most of the today's generation will not even stay for 10 minutes because they will not be able to figure out how to fast forward Katputli. Then going from Rajasthan, we go to Kundai, which is in Odisha. Kundai is a very interesting, very, very interesting puppetry tradition because it picks up from its own dance tradition, which is Odissi. And here the marionette is not it's not a cross, but rather it is a triangle. So triangular marionettes are used, and very simply, they have feet which are also controlled. So Kundai, Odisha. Thereafter, going to Karnataka, we have a very interesting tradition which is called the Yashgana theater tradition, which is again represented in the form of miniatures. And these puppets basically are representing the Yashgana tradition in a puppet form. You can see one thing. They're trying to represent culture in a miniature form. But what is the audience of puppets? Intended audience of puppets. What is the intended audience of the puppet? It is children. Do you realize and understand the importance of what they're trying to do? See, Yashgana is there. Mohiniyattam is there. You have Odissi. They're trying to propagate culture through puppetry. This is a very important point you need to understand. wherein they're trying to represent culture to children and therefore propagating culture itself. The fact is that because you are not introduced to this all of this at the children's stage or at the schooling stage, that is why for you this is just a random word. Atish, what are you trying to do? You're just writing everything on the PPT and in caps form and putting it into the chat. What is the purpose here? You're doing it for yourself, you're doing it for me. Traditional puppet show of Karnataka, Gombayata, Kundai, string puppet. What is the purpose here? What are you trying to do here? Because then I will not be able to see, for example, something which someone else is writing. Yashgana we will discuss. Theatre tradition tomorrow we discuss. Tomorrow we'll listen to music also. Lot of interesting music. Now, Bombalatam is a tradition which comes out of Tamil Nadu, and it combines the feature of string and rod both. The most interesting feature here is largest and heaviest marionette is found here. 10 kg worth of marionette. And Bomalata is a very beautiful tradition. Now, looking at the color scheme, tell me what is the character of A and B. A is evil, B is saintly. You're getting the color scheme. If you're able to understand of Kathakali, you will automatically understand that that same color scheme is used all across everywhere. Now, but for you, because we are utilitarians as taught by Englishmen, this is important. What I've done is I've given you these two to three maps. Just revise them or just print them, keep it wherever you want to keep it. It will help you in revision. 4 Katputli, Bombayata, Bombalatam, and Kunde. Are we clear? Kantara is not this. That is Bhutokala. That's a separate issue altogether. Are we clear about these 4? Yes? Okay. Now we go to shadow puppetry. And this is, if you've never seen it, I really encourage you to watch a movie, watch a video about this. Shadow puppetry is out of the world itself, wherein they have a screen on which they project light, and thereafter they use 2D cutouts to project certain things. This is called Ravan Chhaya. And this is coming from Odisha again. I'll talk about it. Imagine it tells you the whole Ramayana in shadow puppetry. This is a totally different idea itself. Shadow puppetry, we have leather cutouts made out 2D, painted. You can have a little bit of paint. Your screen decides if you want to show color or not. And you have what are called silhouettes also. Silhouette means if the cutout is having what we call as transparency, it creates a little bit of silhouette type understanding. It can also be opaque, like wash and non-wash. Figures can be manipulated by having silhouette, and which is blank screen, having a little bit of what we call as see-through ideas. Now, the first comes from Karnataka, and a very interesting one is called Togalu Gombayata. Now, this tradition, there's a very interesting peculiarity. Peculiarity is that the social categories are given different sizes as per status. You can see the king is shown bigger than the woman. So they are actually showing servants, servants, people in different sizes. In a way, they are in a way reflecting society. So you can see how puppetry can absorb social ideas and they can also push it. This is a very, very difficult tradition, and what they actually talk about, how shadow can be colorful. If your screen is not very, very heavy, you will have color come through. The fact of the matter is, this is Lord Krishna and Arjun scene. They represent Ramayana and Mahabharata through these cutouts. So they hold this stick, and imagine a person would need to narrate the whole Ramayana and Mahabharata. Narrator, puppeteer, music. Somebody is going to talk about the drama. There are thousands of people who are involved in one puppet show, hundreds from a certain community. And this is what makes India India. Ironically, a lot of Americans, a lot of Europeans come to India saying that we want to see Ravan Chaya. And they'll say, have you seen Ravan Chaya? You'll pretend that you've seen Ravan Chaya. They are doing more research on our culture and are coming for specific things. So the fact is that we really don't value our own culture. Because if you would, then you would know about Ravan Chaya. Coming from Odisha, every cutout is from tree to Ravan to Ramayana. The whole Ramayana is represented in Ravan Chaya. Whole Ramayana is shown through Ravan Chaya. It's called Ravan Chaya because Chaya means shadow, and Ravana because it is the story of the Ramayana. Imagine the spectacle and imagine the technological advancement in their mind they were doing. And going from village to village, earning money to represent our culture to people is in itself a national service. But unfortunately, this is the first time most of you have seen this itself. So from smaller trees to representing Ravana to representing Rama, everything has its representation. And in that sense, the last is Thogalu Bomlata coming from Andhra Pradesh, and very large size puppets. They are known to be one of the most beautiful representation of again Ramayana and Mahabharata. Imagine the painter who would have to paint this, the level of intricate work and the ideas which were propagated through this whole concept itself. Cannot again emphasize enough about how much this means to certain people and how they have died or are dying as we speak. Because even if I add videos about these people, because a lot of you will tell me, why don't they digitize everything? When you don't know what is Ravan Chaya, then will you actually look for it? Getting 100 to 200 views out of 1.2 billion people, now 1.4 billion people, is then going to be even more disrespectful to their craft. Because this is the unfortunate truth about this whole concept, that maybe in these images they will seem alive. By the time I teach the next 5-6 batches, people will see these people will not even exist. Just preparing for an examination, we are in this European type, what we call as, so as to quote a movie, life is a race, you will be a broken under. We have forgotten what our culture actually should be and how it should be celebrated. So think about it, because this is one question which can come in the examination. They have already asked about how can you preserve monuments. Maybe school needs to invite these performers Sure, but doing a gimmick is not what I'm asking you to do. They need to have an incentive to give their life into this. That is what I'm trying to say to you. If they don't have an incentive to be part of this, then what is the whole point of doing this? They have to teach this to their children. They have to teach it to it has to be a generational thing. Can't be that you go and give them 5 lakh rupees. That will not make sense. Have to incentivize, have to honor these people. Have to honor these people. Rather than following and running behind random people who get money to do what they need to do, these people are not even getting money to preserve our own culture. The fact is they have no visibility. That is the biggest issue. Moving on. This is how you consolidate this. 3 states, you have 3 representations. Thereafter, we move to glove puppetry. Glove puppetry is something which you can do yourself. Which is that you can take a sock and make a glove. You have done it in your childhood, I hope so. And glove puppetry is something which is very common. But here we are talking about not glove puppetry, which is random. It is rather a way of representing certain traditions at the grassroots level. So this is the oldest we've ever found. We found glove puppetry as old as the Harappan civilization. And thumb and index finger is used to basically manipulate the whole what we call as puppet itself. From Kerala, we get Pavakothu. Pavakothu, basically, if I'll show you, you will automatically understand. Basically, they are the Kathakali dancers in small puppets. So they basically have these small miniature, very beautiful puppets, which they use to represent Kathakali as a form of puppetry. That way, imagine the craftsmanship of the person who's made these puppets. It is again a disgrace that we don't know who these people are. And when you will write it on the on YouTube also, you will not get a lot of things. Moving on, this is the only tradition coming out of Kerala. The last major discussion or tradition which we have to discuss is rod puppetry. Rod puppetry, we have 2 representations. And this is the biggest form. Basically, in this, there is rods which have been put in. They manipulate them, and there are certain contraptions which also control the hand. Here, you basically have as big as 3 to 4 feet big, what we call as puppets, which are manipulated. And Yampuri coming from Bihar is the first one, wherein single piece of wood is used, bright colors are used to represent the most important form of puppetry in this area. And the other one is called Putul Nach. Putul Nach was recently in the news. Odisha, Bengal, Assam sector, 3 to 4 feet high. And basically the puppeteer through his waist is moving the whole puppet along with manipulating different aspects. Putul Nach was recently in the news because the UNICEF and the Assamese government together used Putul Nach to propagate amongst children COVID positive behavior, which is hand washing, distance, COVID-19, social distancing. The UNICEF used the Putul Nach tradition, these puppeteers, to propagate this to children. And more than that, you have literal copies of this across the world. You have, for example, Sesame Street and Gully Gully Sim Sim. If you know about them, are actually copies of Putul Nach. They are also a mixture of rod puppetry, and the origin of that is not in America, not there. Origin is in India, Putul Nach. So very simply, Putul Nach becomes our last. Now, what I want to do is very simply is I've given you these maps, but I'll write it here so that you can just one slide see and automatically understand. So Katputli comes from Rajasthan. Kundai is Odisha. Gometa from where? Come on. These are the only difficult ones. Karnataka, very good. And Bomalatam, very good. Tamil Nadu. Tolu Bomalata, Andhra Pradesh, very good. Ravan Chaya, Odisha. Togalu Gomalata, very good. Karnataka. Pavakothu, Kerala. Yampuri, Bihar. And this is West Bengal, Odisha. Can you remember this 10? Can you remember this 10? So I think this is an equally rewarding area. Not a lot that is. I've only given you till this point 18 exact facts, 10 of puppetry, and 8 dances. 8 dances. Yes? Okay. So not more than this. It will be maximum. The total list is not more than 25, 30, 35 it is. Okay. Now, how many questions come from this topic? Unfortunately, 1 to 2 in the prelims. Once we've seen one reference, this gives you more understanding that way. Okay. Celebrities are not the answer, because they will take money and they will become famous, not these people. You know the name of the Kantara movie star, but you don't know the name of the person who taught him how to do Bhutokala. That is the problem. Okay. How many questions? I've already answered, Rahul. Listen to me. Okay. Now, one thing which we can do is that, see, theater, music, and martial arts is big. I can do this small section of handicrafts with you, and we can then close for today. Only handicrafts. I want to show you some handicrafts. The women in the class will love it. The men will get educated. Can we discuss them? 5 minutes it will take. 5-10 minutes, not more than that. I will just show you them so that there's a certain memory in the class. Okay. Next time when you go to the market, tell your mother that what type of handicraft she's buying. So you have the most common chicken curry. This you have for sure seen in your life. Chicken curry. I am doing this. See, this is a topic which should not be even given any form of time, but I am doing it because you will find these words somewhere in the examination for sure, and if you're able to link them to the state which they belong to, you will be able to get the marks. So I am doing this for that 1 pair, 2 pair, 3 pair, that one at least you know. Chicken curry used to be very difficult. Your sister, your mother, or you yourself would have it for sure. Lucknow it comes from. Chicken curry, one thing was very important, was very expensive previously. Now it's become very cheap because it is machine made. So chicken curry coming from Lucknow. Then we have what is another a very interesting term which is called Kantha work. If you are from West Bengal, Odisha, or that Bihar sector, your mother would again have this very beautiful, what's called Kantha work. Kantha work, imagine all of it, this is done by hand. Every stroke which you see is been done by hand across different cloth. Kantha is considered very beautiful because it represents the symbols of these areas. But the iconic multiple use of what we call as color is something which Kantha is known for. Kantha would be West Bengal and Odisha. What to learn from handicraft? Again, same thing. State, where they belong to. Standard thing. State. Get my point? That will never change. If you know the state, you automatically know the idea. This is something which I presume now you know. That the state is where it really matters. Now we go to Punjab and a tradition which is very iconic, Fulkari. Fulkari. You can see this is a table out of Nitin Singhania only. I'm trying to give a certain visual memory to you because I know that you will not Google it. Fulkari is important because till today, the tradition is used by women in Rajasthan and Punjab to support women. Women have become self-employed, and today we have multiple self-help groups which propagate the concept of Fulkari. If you look at Fulkari, you will realize why it is so interesting. Fulkari is today exported. Multiple self-help groups in Rajasthan and in Gujarat, Rajasthan and Punjab only employ women to do it. Fulkari dupattas till today is very expensive, very expensive. And the fact is that this has a very major market in the European sector. Though we don't know about it, we don't really care about it. Fulkari has helped women come out of very bad economic situations, and till today is a very important means of supporting women. Thereafter, you have Bagh from Punjab, which I did not get an image of. Then comes Zardozi. Zardozi has its origin in the what we call as I'll write this. This is Fulkari. Zardozi has its origin in the Delhi Sultanate and the Mughalai tradition. Zardozi again, you would have seen for sure. Now has become very common. People tend to talk about that zari work. This is from UP, and today it is done by this copper and different alloys. But for the Mughals, it used to be gold and silver, what we call a string. Gold and silver was used to do handicraft work on their clothes. So till today, Zardozi silver cloth can you get, and it will be at least 5 to 6 lakh rupees per meter. So the thread can be in Zardozi, swapped with gold and silver. This is the most important point. Thereafter, a very important tradition, which comes from Jammu and Kashmir. This is called Kasidkari. Kasidkari till today is the most expensive shawls you will get. After Pashmina, if you have a Pashmina shawl with Kasidkari, that shawl will be 10 lakh rupees at least. But what I want to tell you is a very interesting thing. The interesting thing is that Kasidkari it is coming from Jammu and Kashmir. But Kasidkari has references in UP, Bihar and Bengal as a very proverbial idea. So for example, if I'll give you an example of this, if your parents or your grandparents would talk about this, that if I give you a very simple task, take this and give it to your father or mother and you make a task out of it. So your mother or your grandmother or your grandfather will say कि क्या कसीदा काट रहा है? That what are you trying to do? I've given you a simple task. I've given you a very simple task. Go and do this. Why are you trying to do kasida over it? That what you're doing, you are cutting kasida. Think of it. Jammu and Kashmir, Kasidkari has a reference. In that reference, Kasidkari has been considered very difficult task. So you see how these traditions run across India, and in muhavras and proverbial terms, they tend to give us a new picture itself. So if I give you 5 things to remember and you will make a task out of it, I will say that are you doing Kasidkari? This is the beauty of India, unity in diversity. That when this tradition came up, people were talking about it in the eastern sector also. So we have Zardozi Kasidkari, Jammu and Kashmir. Then you have what is called as Ari work, which again comes from Jammu and Kashmir. Then mirror work. This is Ari work of Jammu and Kashmir. You can again see the level of intricate carving and intricate handiwork which is there. This you would have for sure, which is called mirror work. Every man and woman has one cloth which has mirror work for sure. If you have a kurta, it would have mirror work. If you have a suit, it would have mirror work. Previously, it used to be mirror. Now it is this reflective plastic which is used. It's nothing but plastic which has been embroidered around. Again, used to be very expensive. Now it's become very cheap because of the cost going down. And mirror work in that sense is something which again, check your wardrobe, you will have for sure. For sure. Mirror work is coming from the Rajasthan Gujarat sector. Then I want to show you 2, Aksida and Kasuti. This is Aksida, and this is called Kasuti. Aksida coming from Bihar. You see the level of work which is there. And this is from Karnataka. Which is Kasuti. If you are from Karnataka, if you've ever bought any cloth from the Karnataka and this whole sector, you will find this very simple, what we call as suits. But this is the Kasuti work which happens over it. Now, there are two things. I've given you the table in this form. There are 3 slides which have the table, and there are certain images. What I want you to do is the ones which I have given the image of, remember them because they are the most important. But once you're done with everything of art and culture, when you have time, go through this slide once. For example, Rabari, Pichwari, you have Toda, you have Banjara. Don't have to learn it in the first instance. The ones I've tried to give you an image of are important. They will be given in the examination. If not, here the input, what I'm trying to ask you to do. This is Zardozi. The ones which I'm asking to do, you can do. Can you do that? You can do that. Whatever I've pointed to you, I have also shown you a method to learn them, which is if you can Google them and create a certain visual memory, it will help you generally. Today, I'll stop here. I will see you tomorrow. We will listen to music tomorrow. Music will do ghazal, thumri, khayal, and we will also listen to the 2 more traditions: Carnatic music, Hindustani music, other types. Then we'll go to theater. Then we'll go into the concept of martial arts, and we'll cover these smaller portions tomorrow, where we only have to remember the basic theater, the form, the state, and tomorrow in class itself, I will revise with you through questions. So there will be 10 and 15, 2 sets we will create. I'll give you questions and how we did it. For example, if you've been with me in modern India, how we do it for wars. I'll give you certain questions. We practice in class itself. Right? So I hope that dances and puppetry and basic handicrafts are clear. As I said, festivals try to concentrate on the what we call as the tribal festivals. Everything else you can understand. Whatever you have to, I will bring Nitin Singhania. I'll tell you what to do with it. Perfect. Thank you. Take care. And I will see you tomorrow, same time. Mega, yes, you can send me the email about it. No issues. Can you give me notes on Mod India wars? What do you mean by that? Thanks, sir. Fear of art and culture is going slowly. Nothing better. Nothing better. The concept is the more you take interest, the more you will like it. That is the point. You email me about this, Mega. I'll escalate it. I know the issue, but I'll create pressure. Don't worry. You send me the email. Can you show puppetry slide? Okay. Rashida, you want a prelims timetable of 6 months? Write the same thing and send it to me in email. Mentor will call you. Which edition newspaper is better? General edition, UPSC edition. There's newspapers don't have general and UPSC edition. Either you have Hindu Delhi edition or you have places based edition. So be very clear. Read in Hindu or Indian Express, totally your call. Don't worry about that. Wait, see you. If that is the issue, you email me. I'll talk about it. If that happens, you email. Any issue, logistical or anything else you're facing, you can always send. Perfect, Oshin. Mahima, join at 6. Don't wait for the class. It will 6 to mostly the stream is live. Join automatically. The PTS syllabus, what is going to be covered very soon. You will get the PDF in email. Don't worry about that. I taught world history very recently. Attire means cloth. You already received PTS PDF. Perfect. Nothing better. In it end, you will find the syllabus, what is going to come. Okay. See you. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Any issue, you email me. World history should come, I think, next year, early next year, it will come twice.